Hello, and welcome everybody. Hello, Aninia. How are you doing today? Just a lot of work. Good. Yeah, I'm doing fine. Yeah, also a lot of work. A bit tired, but I'm fine. So, 1 second. I forgot to have a lunch today, so I'm munching on something. Sorry. So, yeah, yesterday we started working on the pumpkin quest. It's almost done. I did test it a little bit. I did have to do a couple of very small fixes, but in general, it works just fine. And yeah, today we're gonna continue that. We need to finish it. So 1 second. I did note something. Oh, first of all, one thing that I forgot to do yesterday is I need to make sure that the wool shears, the rusty wool shears that Akim gives you, have the enough durability to complete the quest, because I think it's not enough. 1 sec. So we settled on 30 wool. Now that I'm thinking about it, maybe let's do 25. Because yeah, now we introduced two trips. So one trip is from Prantera to Akim, and then from Akim back to Prantera. So maybe even 20 will be good, because when I did 30, when I set it to 30 initially, that was basically everything, just collect the wool. Now I have 2 trips. So I think it's fair to set it to 20 actually. Maybe 25, maybe somewhere in the middle, 25 wool. Yeah, right now it's 30. And I'm pretty sure the rusty shears that we created yesterday have 20 durability. Yeah, that's 20. So let's do 25, because I feel like 20 is a little bit on the lower side. And 30 may be a little bit too much. So yeah, we're gonna settle on 25 here. Quest step data, that's also gonna be 25. And let's do the shears to have 30 durability, just in case if I in the future want to increase that to 30 and forget about the shears, we have a safety margin. Let's even do 32. So the player, if they want, they can use it to like collect more wool than needed. So 25, 25. And step data 25, right? Yeah, that's 41. Okay. And in item prototypes, that's 32. Okay, good. Also, I need to commit everything. So let's start with that. So let's start with the server. Yeah, we introduced the kill signal. And we introduced this destroy structure and click option. Which sends the kill signal. So, option to destroy structure on click for the structure related quest steps. I actually forgot to build. There could be some warnings that I missed. Oh. Oh, wait. The server is running. Okay. And this is gonna be the same. No. Actually, yeah, that's related. If I wouldn't add this check, it would crash the thread. So yeah, that's something that we needed. Let's push that. Okay. Then game data. Oh, I changed the price of wool shears from 280 to 250. Oh, and one thing that I also forgot is to add the normal wool shears to the shop. Let's do that, or I'm gonna forget again. So we need tool shop in Prantera. I think that's Tyson. Yeah. So we can just add this thing. Wool shears. Now Tyson will sell the wool shears. So let's stash that in that line. That. Okay, wall shears added to the Frontera tool shop. Okay. Oops. I need to find a better Git UI client because yeah, this one's becoming more and more annoying. Sometime in the past it was basically the best Git UI for Windows, and now it's trash basically. Okay, let me copy the previous message. Okay. So now what? Let's save the quest 41, the wool quest. So we need this item, this dialogue, quest 41 dialogues. (42) stays there. These steps. This. Those are pumpkins. So collecting wool, quest added. Do I need to save anything else? So this is quest 42. Pumpkin. Pumpkin quest. Pumpkin quest. Pumpkin quest. Yeah, pretty much everything else is for the pumpkin quest. Yeah, sometimes I just don't realize how much stuff I need to add for each quest. Like it's not just the quest, it's basically everything else. And this is not everything. We also have the dialogues, and a lot of times the server or client code also needs to be changed to facilitate the test, the quest. But on the surface, it seems extremely simple. You just go and collect wool and speak to a couple of NPCs. So, yeah, this is something that they didn't save yesterday. We changed the dialogues for the quest 20. What was it called? Stolen fertilizers or something. Yeah. So stolen fertilizers, quest dialogues, adjusted. Oh, and one more thing that I just remembered. Let me close stuff that I don't need. 1 sec. So quest 41. We never tell the player where to find a Kim. So we need another page of the dialogue. You can find Kim's farm. That's his name. Yeah, Kim's farm. On the southeast from 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙂. And we need to highlight that. So Kim's farm. And we also need to highlight southeast from 𝙽𝙁𝚂. So you can find Kim's farm on the southeast from 𝙽𝙁𝚂. Okay, should be good. Right. It should be here. So please go to his farm and collect the wool that he promised to deliver. It's already been paid for. You can find the Kim's farm on the southeast from 𝙽𝙁𝚂. Okay. So let's save those dialogues. And the Kim's start dialogue. So, dialogues for the collecting wool quest. Okay. So one more thing that I wanted to do is 1 sec. So we did that. This quest is done. Yeah, so yesterday I've set pumpkin respawn times to 5 to 15 minutes. I want to adjust that slightly. So pumpkins, these guys from 2 to 32. Yeah, so it's 5 to 15 minutes right now. Could probably do from 10 to 20. That would be actually looking better, because I tested it, it respawns extremely quickly. So let's do from 600 seconds to 1200 seconds. Right. Let's save that. Oh, that does the dialogues. Yeah. Okay, so that is done. So I set it from 10 to 20. So now I actually want to enable clicking on normal structures and quest structures even you are over encumbered, but still to be not able to harvest like any like harvesting structures like crystals and stuff if you are over encumbered, and that could be tricky. But first, so yeah, when I did test this quest, I actually went over 100% of the weight capacity, even with the 12 kilograms on my test character, and I couldn't click on the cart, and that was very weird. So what I'm gonna do is, I'm gonna make this pumpkin weigh something like 16 kilograms, or even 18. Which would be almost guaranteed over 100% for most of the characters. But we need to make sure that you still can click the card. And by clicking the card, I mean this. So have skill types, right? Skill type. What I could do is I could introduce another skill type, which would be harvest. Like that actual actually I do need that. I 100% need that because in the future we will have a lot of checks for those specific harvesting skills. We need the action object skills separate. So we're gonna do a separate one, harvesting 13. Let's put it in here as 13. Okay. Now, where do we use this check? So this is character availability. So let's do harvesting as well. Why? Ah, okay. And there was a check, disable actions or something. Here, yeah. Disable actions. So how do we introduce... Wait. Okay, if action is primary and action, or I think I have a separate skill. No, action, skill, type, not equals action object. Then we check if it's a cast type and we have disable skill casting. We return not available. For action object, it's still gonna be normal. And disable actions attribute greater than 0. So this is our case. And the toggle action prevention finish tick. Skill type is active toggle stance. Disable skill usage. Yeah, I think this is gonna be it. This will allow clicking action objects even if you have disable casting and disable actions and disable skill usage attribute set. But maybe a better way of doing this would be to introduce like a separate attribute. So right now we have disable actions, which should disable basically anything like skill related or whatever. And it's not very descriptive. I think we need to split it into two. So we have the skill, which works only on active skills, toggles, and stances, but still allows normal attacks. So maybe we will have a separate disable normal attacks attribute and separate... No, I think this should be good enough. So disable actions will disable everything. That should be good. This should be good. I still would need to test the client side, but on the server side, I think this is good enough. Allow active structure skills to be used even when the disable actions attribute is set. One sec. Trying to take a look if it's not gonna cause any problems on the client side. Yeah, we'd need to fix some stuff on the client side as well. Okay, but that's for later. Right now, we only need to make sure that's working on the server. So, okay. Have a separate harvesting skill type. That's good. We have large pumpkin now weighing 18 kilograms. That's good. And now you can actually put it back into the cart. It's also good. What else do I need? Okay. So now I think we only have the dialogues left. Everything else should be fine. So we have the quest. Oh, we also need the descriptions. Okay. So we have the quest. We need the descriptions. Quest steps. Now, another thing is, this is still an extremely quick quest. So I should probably either reduce the reward even more, or we can introduce like a small trip to Prontera or something. I think we can add one more step. Like Ethan can ask you to go and notify somebody like a vegetable seller in Prontera that they can come and collect the pumpkins. Yes, so let's do that. Let's add another step. What would that be? So step 21. So the player still needs to receive a reward. And right now what we're doing is we're ending a quest on a different NPC, not the NPC that's responsible for the reward. So I think what we need to do is we need to ask the player to deliver a package. And within that package, there will be a reward to the player as well. Yes, so let's do that. So this is going to be deliver the package to who? I think I had this name somewhere. This one. This is the vegetable seller. Eliza. Okay. Deliver the package to Eliza Witten. So now we need to adjust our quest script to include one more thing, one more step. And also we need the item interaction and we need a separate item. So first of all, this step is we're still talking to Ethan. That's fine. Here we need to talk to somebody in Pantera. 97. I also need the coordinates for that NPC. Okay. Now we need an item. Also, hide after complete. Yeah. We need also a dialog template. For quest 42. 21. And this is gonna be our Eliza. Okay. So yeah, we need an item, another quest item for this quest. So here, let's duplicate this. Item number 2. Package to Eliza Wheaton. I think I had an icon for that, but okay, for now we can skip that. Great common. Weight is gonna be just like 100 grams. So we give one item, we take that item. Okay, that should be good enough. Now I need to write the dialogues. Oof. Yeah, I have no idea. So basically, this is an old man. He can say that it's hard for him to collect all the pumpkins. They are too large for him to transfer. And can you just go and collect that and put that into the cart? He can deal with that afterwards. Mm. I don't know, probably I'm gonna change it, but for now. Hey kid, can you help out an old man? Can you give a hand to an old man? Why is this so hard? Like literally the hardest part of making a quest are the dialogues. So he can say that pumpkins this time my pumpkins grew unusually, grew remarkably. Large. Hehe. um but my bones grew too old and weak and fragile. No, and weak. For such harvests. So you can say that somebody expects him to put all the pumpkins into the carts or load the carts. I need to load these carts full with pumpkins. My pumpkins. I expect somebody to transport them to the city soon. This is not connecting well. Okay, can you give a hand to an old man? This time my podcast grew remarkably large, but my bones grew too old and weak for such harvest. I need to load these carts full with pumpkins. Expect somebody to transport them to the city soon. These pumpkins need to be loaded onto the carts and prepared to be transported to the city soon. Hmm. Well, I remember a small package. One second, what's the word? A small package with something jingling inside. And that would be our money, our reward. So, these pumpkins need to be loaded onto the cars and prepared to be transported to the city soon. But I can't do that by myself. Wait. I can do that by myself, but you seem like a good fit for this job, aren't you? Please pick the pumpkins one by one and load them into cart nearby. I can do that by myself, but you seem like a good fit for this job, aren't you? Please pick the pumpkins. And please don't underestimate the weight, and please be careful. They're very heavy. Hehe. Because there is something he's not telling. Okay, so, hey kid, can you give a hand to an old man? This time my pumpkins grew remarkably large. but my bones grew too old and weak for such harvest. These pumpkins need to be loaded into the cars and prepared to be transported to the city soon. I can do that by myself, but you seem like a good fit for this job, aren't you? Please pick the pumpkins one by one and load them into the cart nearby. Please be careful, they're very heavy. Okay, for now that's gonna be okay. Maybe I will adjust it later. So then again we have Ethan after we collected the pumpkins. Oh, finished already? No, you're done already? Good job. They were pretty heavy, weren't they? Hehe. Yeah, this one sec. How do I say it? Yeah, now I'm going to win the harvesting contest for sure. Hehe. Can I ask you can I wait, how do you say it? Can I ask you a favor or can I ask you a favor? Wait, how do you spell it? A favor. Can I ask you one more favor? Please, deliver this package to 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙸𝚂 in printer. One sec. So we need to somehow tell the player that, well, like, he needs to notify Eliza that she can come, like, or her people can come and pick the pumpkins. They're ready to be transported. And at the same time, send the actual reward with that package. Just deliver this package to 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙸𝚂 in Prantera. Like she expects to tell her when the pumpkins are ready to be transported. She expects me to let her know this small package. I are done already. Good job. They were pretty high, weren't they? Yeah, now I'm going to win the harvesting contest for sure. Can I ask you one more favor? Please deliver this small package to 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙸𝚂 in Pantera. She expects me to let her know when the pumpkins are ready to be transported. Hello, doll. Hope you're doing well. Thank you. Something like this. Then Eliza. What is this? From Ethan? Opens up the package. I see. There is a note. I see. The pumpkins are ready for picking up. Oh, and I think this is for you. Pumpkins are ready for picking up. Great. And I think this is for you. And you. Your reward. Or gives you your reward. Okay, this is gonna be good enough. So Now I need to highlight some stuff. Also, I need the next line. This for me then. Yeah, so first of all, I need the gray text. 1 sec. Should have it here. Okay. And I need a highlight. These pumpkins highlighted need to be loaded onto the cards. Or wait, I need the next thing. Please pick the pumpkins one by one and load them onto the card nearby. Okay. And I also need that highlight for Eliza in 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙀. And also let's highlight Ethan. So let's double check. Hey kid, can you give a hand to an old man? This time my pumpkins grew remarkably large, but my bones grew too old and weak for such harvest. These pumpkins need to be loaded onto the carts and prepared to be transported to the city soon. Can't do that by myself, but you seem like a good fit for this job, aren't you? Please pick the pumpkins one by one and load them onto the cart nearby. And please be careful, they're very heavy. Oh, you're done already? Good job. They were pretty heavy, weren't they? Yeah, now I'm going to win the harvest contest for sure. The harvest contest. Can I ask you one more favor? Please deliver this small package to Eliza Wheaton in 𝙽𝙀𝚀. She expects me to let her know when the pumpkins are ready to be transported. Thank you. What is this from me then? Opens up the package. There is a note. I see the pumpkins are ready for picking up. Great. And I think this is for you. This is for you. It gives you your reward. Okay. This should be good. So yeah, now we need a description. Wait, let's double check the rewards. I did reduce them a little bit. Still should be good enough. 1 sec. So in terms of money, 480. Yeah, I think that's good enough. $700 and $200 experience. Let's do 608, just a little bit less. Because yeah, this is gonna be a very quick quest, even with the trip to Prantera. Okay. Now I need the description. I don't know, to be honest. Help needed. For oh my god, I don't know. How do I even describe this? I'm not sure. Help needed. I guess too much Kubernetes wars recently. So help needed. And crap, I don't know. How do I even say that? So what do we need to say? A local farmer needs a hand. Needs a hand. A local farmer needs a hand. Theoretically, that could be good enough description this time, but no. A local farmer needs a hand. Crap, why is this so hard? I mean, let's just say it like that. A local farmer needs a hand. Now, this story description is after we contacted Ethan. Ethan asked you to help him load the pumpkins into the carts nearby. I don't know. There's not much to describe here. And I think this is good enough. It's not the best description, but it should do the job. That's gonna be good enough. I don't know. I don't have any other ideas. We're gonna call it done. So let's save that. So those are dialogues. These two are the items. So large pumpkin and package 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝚂 written. Quest steps. Quest description. Oh, this needed to be a separate commit, okay. Okay. So this is harvesting the pumpkins quest ended. And let's commit that thing. So this is action object harvest and skill moved to a separate skill type. Okay, saved the dialogue, saved everything else. Should be good. What else? Okay, this is done. Okay, so collecting wool is done. Collect pumpkins is done. And the third one that I wanted to add is milking the cows. But to be honest, I'm not even sure what kind of quest would that be. How would that work? Because theoretically I would need something similar to the wool quest, where we have an item, an active item, that you should use on the cows. But then, like, what do we do? How do we make it logical? So that would be quest for 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙸👂. You can talk to her. She can hand you a bucket, for example, milk bucket. And you go and milk the cows. Hello, Albus. How are you doing? So if we give the player a bucket, you need to use the bucket on the cow to collect the milk. That can work like we replace an empty bucket. So she gives you an empty milk bucket, you use it on the cow, and you end up with a bucket with milk. Doing good? Yeah, I'm fine as well. Doing good, doing good. So theoretically that could be one interaction. So you have an empty bucket, you use that bucket on the cow, and you end up having milk in a bucket. Have some rains. Yeah, we did have some thunderstorms, but it's still pretty hot. But yeah, looks like the heat's gonna go down like in the end of the week. So yeah, hopefully it's gonna be better. So, have this one interaction. We received the bucket with milk. Do we bring it back to 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙸👂, and how does that work? So we need to milk a bunch of cows. So I don't know, like 10 cows maybe. 10 cows. Yeah, I'm not sure. We can have some kind of container, like a bigger container. But what would that be? I don't know. And I don't think we have like a model like that in the game. Cows give 1 milk. Like, we need to decide right now. But yeah, in theory, if like from the game design standpoint, what I'm trying to achieve is you need to interact with multiple cows, like 10, maybe 20 of them, and collect milk. But I'm trying to figure out how we can make that logical and like not weird. Like the lazy way would probably be to use empty bottles on cows, but that's not how you milk the cows. it's gonna be a pain to fill a bottle with the milk. We could have some bigger container and a bucket, and you use a bucket on a cow, you get some milk in the bucket, and you then like pour that bucket into a larger container, like a barrel or something. I don't know. Like flower quests, Cognita years ago. I don't know. I don't remember. We have our own flowers quest in 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙸𝚂. Maybe a barrel would be a way to do this. So we have a barrel, and 𝙽𝙴 will give us a bucket. You use that bucket on a cow, you receive a bucket of milk. Then you use that bucket on the barrel, and you receive an empty bucket. And then again you go to the next cow, and so on. Probably that would be the best option, I think. But to be honest, I don't know how would that work with, like, on an old farm with a lot of cows. Like, how would they collect a large amount of milk? It's not gonna just fit in a couple of buckets. How do they do that? Do they actually put that in the barrels? Or what do they use? Or do they just put the milk directly in some kind of pots or bottles directly? Do we have a barrel as an active structure or something? We have some kind of cask. Barrel with a hole. We definitely have the model, so if anything I can easily create, I mean, I probably should create a separate active structure. But yeah, I think this is gonna be the way. If I want to implement it, like you milk multiple cows one by one, it's gonna be something like that. So you talk to 𝙽𝙴, she gives you an empty bucket, you use the bucket on the cow, you receive a bucket with milk, you use that bucket of milk on a barrel, you receive a what's its face, the empty bucket back. You go to the next cow, and you're gonna do that like 10 times probably. Crap, it's gonna be basically like this quest, like the pumpkin quest that we just finished. Except instead of clicking on structures, you will be clicking on the cows. But yeah, we would have to do this stupid thing with duplicating quest steps just because we need like this combined quest step where you interact with the cow and then you interact with the barrel, and that's like one step that consists of two. This is the only way we can do this, by actually having two separate quest steps for each. Or we can skip that and make it in a way that wait. Maybe we can create a single quest step where you need to interact with the barrel 10 times. But to do that, you need an item. To do that, you need an item. Wait, this is not what I'm looking for. Yeah, I can use this step type, active object collection, or this one probably. Use item. Use item. Crap, this is gonna be a new type of quest step, I guess. But yeah, I think that can work. So basically, instead of creating a bunch of steps this time, what we will do is we don't need to activate any active structures on NPCs. They will be active already. So Mitzi will give you an empty bucket. And the next step would be to activate the barrel 10 times. But to activate the barrel, you need to have an item. And that item would be a bucket of milk. And to get the bucket of milk, you... Wait. Item interactions are gonna be weird. Because the bucket need to take an item and give you an item at the same time. Or I don't know. I would have to experiment a bunch with this quest. But yeah, in general, that's gonna be the idea. we will have a barrel and a bucket of milk. And you would have to go and milk the cows to get the bucket of milk. And then use that bucket on the barrel. Use that bucket on the barrel. Can we even do that? I don't know. But we need to make it work for the future for sure, because we will need that in the future, like to actually use an item on an active object. That's 100%. What about the structures? They can require an item. Aha. Aha. So a structure can require an item to activate. You activate, that's gonna be the skill. That could be theoretically a skill of the item. Maybe. I would need to see if that would work. Or this activation item. Activation item, activation skill. Probably it's this one. We supply the activation item instead of activation skill. But again, I would need to make sure that it works on the client side, like I imagine it. But okay, if we can use an item on an active object, and that would be like a normal consumable item, then that item can be deleted on its own by the consumable skill. And then we just need to give a user a new empty bucket instead. So the structure would just give an empty bucket. And then you can go and use that empty bucket on the cow. And we know for sure that we definitely can do that. So we can use a bucket, an empty bucket, as a consumable item on the cow, similar to what we do with the sheep, but the item is going to be not a tool, but a consumable item. So the item itself will be destroyed, but as a result of the skill, you will receive a bucket of milk. And then you can use that item on the barrel. Okay, let's try to do that, or at least start implementing the quest in this with this approach, and then we will see if that actually works. Another thing is, what do we do after that? So we went to Mitzi. She gave us a bucket. We milked the cows. We put all of that in the barrel. Now what? Do we do the same? Like we send the player to notify somebody that milk is ready to be picked up. I don't know. It feels like I'm using that approach way too much, because we have a similar thing with stolen fertilizers, where after the quest you actually go to 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙸𝚂, and then you go back to Sabina. Maybe we can eliminate that portion, because that was forced, because we have a limited amount of down balls that we can carry. And now that we split that in 2 portions, we can actually do more, I guess. We can do like 6 down balls at a time. And we probably don't need the additional trip because of that. So maybe we can get rid of that. Okay. For now, let's just make the quest very basic. So, wait a second. First of all, we need to create a new quest. Oops. What did I just do? 43. How do we call it? Milking? Now we need 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙸𝚂. It's this one. 38. Speak to 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝚂 at a farm at the southeast of 𝙽𝙴𝚂. We get rid of this description for now. Here we contact 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝚂. This should be fine. Rewards for now, they're gonna be the same. We will see. Probably I would need to increase the rewards a little bit. So the NPC is now this one, 38. Let's do it like this for now. So we need now the coordinates of 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝚂. So let's see, 4301 to 4302, 4303, 4304. Okay. So here we just speak to 𝙽𝙴. But yeah, click structure, I'm not sure. So first of all, we don't have a barrel right now, but for now, barrel with a hole, I don't know. Barrel. Just a barrel. Well, for now, it's gonna be this. I will need to create a separate one, a specific barrel. But this is gonna be, then count is gonna be 10. And it's gonna give an item. Also, 𝙽𝙴 need to give you an item. So each time you interact, it will give it will not destroy. Then we talk to 𝙽𝙴 again. And she will probably give you a note, and then we deliver that note. For now, it's gonna be something like that. So what do we need? Let's create quest steps. 𝙽𝙴 4301. Talk to 𝙽𝙴. Okay, so talk to 𝙽𝙴, then we have 4302, which is gonna be action object use item. Not sure if it even works, but let's try. 10 times fill the barrel with milk. Okay, so this is this step. Then 4303 is talk to 𝙽𝙴 or report to 𝙽𝙴. And the last step would be this. 4304, deliver a package to Eliza. Actually, no, that's the vegetable seller, right? Who can we, like, theoretically deliver milk to? I don't know. Tavern? Maybe? But for now, that's gonna be it. We'll decide later. So now we need to create the items, right? We need 3 items, at least 2. I'm not entirely sure about the last one, but we need to create at least 2 quest items. Actually, I'm not sure. I don't think I've ever created consumable items that are quest items at the same time. I would also need to check that. But yeah, I think this is what we need to do. So let's copy that. Quest 4301. So 4301, that's empty milk bucket. Empty milk bucket. Create 2. Type, this should be consumable. Quest 43. Weight is gonna be, I don't know, 200 grams or something. I don't know how much a bucket can weigh. Like a kilogram even. Less the kilogram, why not? Actually, less the kilogram, whatever. I'm thinking about it way too much. So I need a scale on this item, right? And this is gonna be it. So I need to create a scale. We can probably use this scale for that. Like wooden shears. or wool shears, sorry. So empty milk bucket. Type, I don't remember. Consumable, yes. Probably I need to create a separate table for that. Max range, target type, everything should be the same. 15-second cast time. Status effect ID. Yeah, I need to create a new one. For now, I'm gonna set it to null. Oh, also I need the target status effect. Let's set that to null as well. Okay. Started the run thing. Yeah, this is gonna be similar to wool harvesting or shearing. What we need is, first we need the cows to create a status effect on them that allows us to milk them. And only when that status effect is active, we will be able to use the item to prevent basically milking the same cow all over again. So how do I do that again? Okay, I remember. Yeah, we have this grow wool skill. The cheap use. So yeah, let's duplicate that. How do I even call this skill? Let's just call it ready to be milked. And it's gonna work basically exactly the same as the wool skill works. Okay. So now I need the status effect for that. So here we have ready to be sheared. This one is gonna be ready to be milked. No effects. Just a simple indicator. Okay. So now we go to skill action status effects. And we create again the same one as we did previously. With this one. Okay. So now we also need to teach the cows to use that skill. So first of all, I need to find cows. That's a monster. Milk cow. Okay. So 1046 is our monster. Not monster, NPC. Then we go to NPC skills. To the very bottom. Yeah, that's the sheep. And we do the same for these guys. Okay, so now we have cows that periodically in idle use skill called ready to be milked. When the skill is used, here we have this skill. By itself it doesn't do anything. It has 15-minute cooldown. And that's it. During the skill action, we apply this ready to be milked status effect on self. So then this status effect is available. Okay. So now back to skills. What was the skill again? That was the item skill. 14. Here, empty milk bucket. Wait, why is this so weird? It should be a quest item. What's this strange ID? What? Ah, I know why. Because we never had a quest item with a skill inside. This is why we have just a single one. So yeah, we have our empty milk bucket. did I set the skill here? Now, let's set the skill. Oh, I've got so many weird values that I need to keep in mind. Okay, we have the skill set in the item. Then if we take a look at the skill, empty milk bucket, we need the status effect for the skill. Wait, first I need the required target status effect. Where was that? Here. So now the skill requires ready to be milked status effect. Otherwise it's gonna fail. Good. Now we need the status effect for the skill. Oh, and yeah, we need 2 of them. Because one will try to give you an item, the other one will remove the ready to be milked status effect. Okay, so we do this. Uh-oh. Yeah, we have a slight problem with the namespaces of the items. But okay, it's fine. For now, it's gonna be just like this. So we have empty milk bucket for the name. Type consumable. So this one, try to give item. We don't have the second item yet. But the first one is remove aura by ID. And this should be the base ID. Of this one. Then we need to give an item. And to give an item, let's set this to 0 for now. We need another one. We need bucket of milk. Yeah, I have a slight problem with the IDs of the items. 1 sec. and I can't do anything about it. So usually I reserve 2 last digits of the AD for the level. Unfortunately, sometimes we are too restricted. But okay, I think it's still gonna be okay. So we do this. We can actually reuse the same status effect. Probably. So 43002, that's gonna be a bucket of milk. And the type is gonna be 14. No, 11. It's a quest item. Just a normal quest item, not consumable. Quest 43, yes. Weight is gonna be, I don't know, 3 kilograms, 4 kilograms. Like you would, how many liters would you milk from a cow? Let's Google that. How much milk does a cow produce? 6 to 7 gallons. What is 6 gallons to liters? 20, what? 27 liters? Wait, what? A cow can produce 27 liters of milk in a day? Really? I don't believe that. Yeah, I guess so. Approximately 23 to 27 liters. Wow. I would never think that. Okay. Oh, wow. Mitzi has a problem then. She has like, I don't know, 30, 40 cows. Oof. And each cow can produce 20-something liters per day. Okay, so how much do we milk out of a cow this time? Let's assume it's not one time a day, it's multiple times a day, right? So maybe 5 liters, 6 liters, plus a weight of the bucket, which we set 1 kilogram for now. So maybe like 7 kilograms. Let's do that for now. We don't have a skill. Okay. But yeah, that's amazing. 27 liters of milk per day. What would you do with so much milk? Now I'm just curious. So like 27 liters times, I don't know, how many cows do we have? Let's take a look. NPC spawns. This one. 26 cows. 700 liters of milk per day. Wow. Wow. Okay, so where were we? We created a bucket of milk. Now we need to produce that bucket of milk with the status effect. With this one. No, with this one. No, wait. What? That's all shares with this one, I think. Try give item, yes. Now, I also need... Oh my god, this is so confusing. So many small pieces connected tightly together. So, we also need to go to the skill action status effects. No, first we go back to the skills. And status effect ID would be this. Empty milk bucket. Yes. So now the skill, when you use the skill... Wait, first of all, the skill requires the target to have ready to be milked status effect. Good. Then when the skill is used, the skill handler is default item status effect handler. Yes, it applies this status effect to the target. So the first one. The first one is try give item. I think it should be the other way around. Oh my god. It's already set somewhere. But no, it should be the same. Should be the same. So the status effect gives you an item. Yeah. And that item is the second one. There's the bucket of milk. Then we also need skill action status effect, the second one like we had for the wool shears. Empty milk bucket number 2, which applies to the target. And it removes the status effect. Okay. So now we have a bucket of milk. And now this bucket of milk should also have a skill. let's move it, because we have a status effect already existing with the same ID. This is so annoying. But yeah, let's move this to like 11 would be our bucket of milk. Then we also need to set it, change it in the status effects. This. So we give the bucket of milk. Now we have this bucket of milk. How that should work? I don't know. I guess I don't know if I need to create like a skill for this item as well, or I can maybe just click click on the bucket. I would have to test that. Okay, this item. It's this one. I'm going to comment this out for now. Actually, for this quest, maybe 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙸 can ask you to deliver the milk around to other farmers. Like to Sabina, to Eaton, and then come back. But deliver like milk bottles, nothing special, nothing heavy. Nothing too heavy at least. Oh, I'm so confused right now already with all these ADs and items and skills. Let's see. So I need to click structure 10 times. Each time it will give you an item. Yeah. Another thing is we need to actually use a skill that will remove the item. So it removes the old item. Quest gives you a new item. Oh. So empty milk bucket. After using empty milk bucket on a cow with that status effect, the status effect is removed and the bucket's gonna be consumed, right? Because it's a consumable, it doesn't have any durability. And so you receive a bucket of milk in return. You take the bucket of milk, Now I need to create a skill for the bucket of milk for when you use it on a on the barrel. Which should consume the bucket of... I'm not sure if that's gonna work actually. I need to test it. So to test this, what do I need? I guess I actually need to create a skill. Actually, it will work one way or another. It will work. So we need to create a skill for this. Very similar to the empty milk bucket. We will have bucket of milk. Cast time is gonna be just 2 seconds. Or even 1 second. Status effect. So this one is not gonna require a status effect on the target. But I'm so confused right now. So what do we need to do? The quest can give an item, right? So I need to destroy the... Wait, it could be the other way around. Quest step itself can take the item that you're trying to use. I don't know. Also, do I have something like use item? I should have use skill. I do have use skill, so I can theoretically substitute that. So if the quest gives you an item, and this is a consumable which uses an item, then we don't really need any status effects to be applied at all. So the skill handler can be empty. No, it should be like item default item handler. Okay. For the structures, I am gonna create a barrel right away. So it's going to be 73. Let's copy this. 73, 73 barrel. We'll see what models we have. Maybe more suitable one would be available. Now, instead of activation skill, we can probably use activation item and see how that works. And let's set skill to 0. And activation item is gonna be bucket of milk. And see how that works. Maybe we would need to also set the skill. Maybe like the activation item is just a requirement. I don't think so though. But we'll see. So now we need to replace this AD. So if we're assuming that this will actually use an item on the structure, then the item is going to be consumed, and in the return, the quest step will give back another item, the empty bucket. Wait. It should be this one. So it gives the same bucket. Oh, wait. You will end up... actually, this is correct. You will end up with an empty bucket after you finish all, like, 10 of these steps. And you would need to talk to Mitzi, and she will take it away from you, I guess. But she also needs to give you the thing, right? Well, it can stay, to be honest. This bucket can stay in your inventory, and it's gonna be deleted when you cancel, or when you finish the quest or cancel the quest. It's not very nice, though. Can I somehow... take the item after all 10 of these steps are completed? It doesn't even work like that. No. It works on finish. So when the step is finished, then this will trigger, and it will give you the item. Oh. And this will finish only when the count goes to the specified amount. Yeah. Crap, this is gonna be more complex then. But actually that's okay, because now here we can actually take the bucket after we completed this thing 10 times. We take the bucket at the end, and the bucket itself now should facilitate like replacing the item. So, why is this so complex? So, we use the item on the active structure. It's this item. 11. Bucket of milk. Bucket of milk. Right now it's not an active item, so we need to make it active as well. So let's replace this to consumable. Bucket of milk is now consumable, so it's gonna, yeah, it's gonna be gone when it's used. Now we need a skill for that, okay. And we have the skill, bucket of milk. Why? Okay, so I have the skill, the 11, bucket of milk. This skill, what does this skill do? This skill now needs to apply status effect, which we don't have yet. So 11, again, we probably need 2 status effect. No, in this case we need just 1 that removes the item. No, wait. That gives, no. Yeah, that gives you an empty bucket. So we copy this. Bucket of milk. Try give item function, and that gives you the empty bucket back. So let's check. We have a structure that has activation item. Hopefully that works. If not, I have no idea. I'll probably have to implement that on the client side and make it work. So you can actually use an item on the structure. But okay, we have that. Then this item, this is bucket of milk. This is a consumable. Good. Consumable with this skill. Then this skill, bucket of milk. It's item status effect handler, so it will apply. Oh, I don't have the status effect. Okay, good. So it's the same idea. Yes. So it applies this status effect. This status effect gives you this item. It gives you this item, which is the empty bucket. Empty bucket. And the bucket of milk gets destroyed because that was a consumable. Okay. Then at the end, it will take the empty bucket. The quest will take the empty bucket. So then you can just speak to 𝙽𝙴 and she can give you anything. Okay. Because we can have only a single type of interaction, either give or take. Because we do some weird calculations on the inventory, if you can do that. Okay, God, this is so confusing. So, let's start from the beginning. We have the quest. We speak to 𝙽𝙴 and she gives you the item. One thing that I forgot is the dialogues. So let's create these dialogues. We also need 4303 for the same NPC. And for now, let's stop there. Let's remove the last step. Let's remove the next step ID. Let's remove the step here. We just report to me, so this is what we're gonna test. And we have just two dialogues, 4301 and 4303. Dialogue templates, 4301, 4303. Okay, good. We need to now create the files. Let's copy the last quest. 43. 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙸𝚂. 𝙽𝙴. For now, she's gonna have an empty dialogue. And we need 4303. 4303. Okay, we have the files, we have the templates. Good. So back to the quest. So we speak to the NPC, we have the dialogue. She gives you an item, 43001. This item is empty milk bucket. And this is a consumable item. 1 kilogram. Skill ID is that. So this skill, empty milk bucket. This skill, the most important thing is it requires the target to have this status effect, which is ready to be milked. For this status effect to be there, we have, oh my god, NPC skills. So milk cow uses skill ready to be milked. This skill, I don't see it here. Okay, we can check that later. It just requires that status effect, right? And when it's used, it applies this status effect. Empty milk bucket. Status effects, empty milk bucket. It tries to give you an item, which is bucket of milk. Also, we have an additional action. Empty milk bucket. That applies this status effect on the target, which should, where is it? There it is. Which remove aura by base AD, and it's this one, which is the same aura that was required. Yeah, but without 0-1 at the end. Okay, good. Oof. So it will remove the aura from the cow. Good. And we receive a bucket of milk in the end. So then we can activate the structure with this item, bucket of milk. Yes. Which is also a consumable, which executes this skill, bucket of milk. And it will apply the status effect, bucket of milk. Status effect tries to give you item, which is this one, which is the empty milk bucket. Okay. And now back to the cows. Cows periodically do ready to be milked. Oh, it should be somewhere there. Ready to be milked. Yeah, which has action status effect, ready to be milked, as permanent, which is just an empty thing. It's not gonna have any status effects, it's just a marker. Okay, this should work, theoretically. Yes, this should work, I think. So do we try to test it right now? I mean, the VOD is gonna be gone. I won't be able to publish it. But I do need to test it. And also I need to place the barrel. Before I do that, let me see. Structure prototypes. activation skill, activation item. Where can I find that? One sec. I want to double check if it's actually implemented in any way in the client, so it actually has a sense to test it. How do I do this? I don't remember how the fields are called. Okay, I found it, so let's see. Yeah, the column's a little bit different. So require status effect. Activation time. Yeah, it's use item. Let's see. Is it implemented? No, it's not. It's not. Crap. What about require item? What does that do? Check required items, sure. Is it implemented? It is not. Well, it's not implemented on the client side. Maybe theoretically I can supply this skill to here, but it's gonna work in a different way, right? It's not gonna execute the skill as an item skill. Or will it? Use my skill. Yeah, it's not an item skill. I don't know. I don't think it's gonna work. And if it's not gonna work, then I have no idea how to do this, how to implement this. I mean, it's gonna use an item, it's gonna use this skill as a normal skill, and it will fail, at least on the server side, because this is an item skill which is executed as a normal skill. It should be executed as an item skill with the context of like what specific item did you use, because the item is going to be consumed. And I'm 100% sure that we don't have any way of a skill to target a structure. Actually, maybe. Crap. Yeah, I guess this is one of the quests that would require very extensive testing and I guess have a client modification just to make it work. I don't think it can implement it the way you want it. Even if I try to implement it this way, like this stupid way where we have a separate step for each interaction, what would that mean? That would mean that one step would be not actually a click structure because we will interact with the cows instead. That would be like an obtain item quest step, where you would have to use the empty bucket on the cow to obtain the milk bucket, and it will require the milk bucket, right? Then the next step would be to click a structure that would take the milk bucket, but then it wouldn't be able to give you the empty bucket back. So even this is not possible. I mean, if I implement the item interaction, like multiple item interactions per step, that would be a nightmare to calculate, but I can do that, theoretically. Wait, where is the item interaction? Wait, I'm stupid. Item interaction gets performed on every click. Yeah, I looked at this interaction component, I thought that it's the item interaction. Now, this is just an event. Oh my god. So this is not gonna work. I mean, it's gonna work on every click. But I think this would be the way to do this, because otherwise I would actually have to implement a bunch of stuff on the client side. Like a lot of stuff to make the items work on structures. So to make this work, I can actually make this work, but only if I make multiple interactions per quest step, which is not implemented right now. It's not possible. So, but yeah, I think I do need that. I already needed that feature for the letter to Kunti Dunstan, or how was his name? And I had to split one step into two steps just because of this item interaction. I cannot both give and take items in the same quest step. So we need to solve this. If we solve this problem, then this quest step can be like that. So we can like leverage the milking the cows and still have this quest step as like a normal interaction quest step 10 times, and it will take and give items. So let's see, perform item interaction. Item interaction, yeah, we only can have one. And it can be interaction type. Is that just two types? Yeah, give, take. So try to perform item interaction. Where lock. If the type is give. Wait. So if the action is take, for each items we count the items. If we don't have those, we return an error. Wait, check only. Check only false by default. So on collect structure, we can't perform interaction, we don't do this. Okay. And give, what does that look like? Free slot count. It works on the free slot count. Huh. Okay, what about conversation? Here we do have a check. Quest dialog starting. We check only. And then on dialog finish, we perform the interaction. Theoretically, we can make it work. We can make it work, but we would need to supply multiple interactions into this method, so then this method can count all of them. Like, for example, free slot count, it could like remember the free slots and stuff like that. But okay, it's nice that it... Wait. So it checks the free slot count. So you need to have amount of free slots equal to the amount of items within the interaction. Okay. Then for each item... Yeah, it just tries to append. This is not correct. This is gonna fail in certain circumstances, like if you have quantity of the item greater than the stack, maximum stack. Yeah, I guess I have to do this. I don't have any other choice. So here, let's start with here. This try perform item interaction. Gonna get renamed to item interactions. And here we're gonna have an array interactions. Okay. So I have the inventory. Then here we would have to do for each interaction and interactions. Then we can do this process. Right. So for each interaction, so first of all, we need to accumulate the free slots. Free slot count, which is gonna start with this. So let's replace that. And the way it's gonna work is for each interaction, we would have to split each interaction into check and apply. So we need 2 for loops. First we check and then we do the actual application. So I'm gonna leave that there and let's put, oh my god, why is it doing this crap? Okay. Stupid thing, can you... Okay. Oh my god, this format, it makes me mad. Okay, so first we do the checks. Checks only. And then application. But only if check only is not true. Okay, so this is going to be our skeleton. So first we run the checks, and then application if not check only. So now let's handle the checks. So if it's give, also if it's take, So for give, we only need to count the free inventory space. And we're gonna use the free slots for that. There is no way we can actually calculate the append properly. So, but it should be not that stupid as this one. So, here we need let's put this here. Free slot count. So first of all, we need to calculate how many actual free slots we need, taking into account the stack amount and the quantity of items. So for each interaction, for each var item and interaction that items, and what do we have there? Item ID, quantity. Oof. So we don't even have the prototype. All right. So we need the prototype first. So we get the prototype. So now we can calculate how many free slots we need for this particular item. So we're gonna do free slot count minus equals prototype dot max stack quantity. No. It's gonna be interaction dot wait. Item dot quantity divided by the prototype max stack quantity, but it's not just that, because this is going to be rounded down if this is an integer. So what we need to do is going to be double quantity, which we then do math ceiling, and then we convert to integer. So double item quantity divided by max stack quantity. So let's say we have like 50 items divided by, no, that's a bad idea. 12 items, let's say, divided by 10, you will have 1.2, ceiling would be 2. And then we subtract the slots, right? Free slot count. And this is going to be fine if it just goes below 0. It just means at the end, we need to do a free slot count less than 0. Then we return this stupid thing, not enough inventory space. Can you stop formatting this? Okay, so we do that. Max stack I did have another check. Well, I guess we don't need that now. That's good. And then, yeah, we just apply. So during the application, let's do this. We need a transaction. Right. We need the prototype again, unfortunately. But it is what it is. Oh yeah, we need to process every single item. Oh, wait. First, we need again these two conditions. So we create a transaction outside of the items. Then we get the prototype. We don't need this check anymore. And now we actually do the append. Okay. So this should be good when we have any amount of give interactions with any amount of items, even if the quantity exceeds the maximum stack. We now have protection against that. That's perfect. Now we need to implement that for the take as well. So for the take operation, we just count items. Here for each item, count. Okay, this is gonna be much more complex then. So previously we just counted each item in the inventory, and that was enough. Here is not enough because now theoretically we could have multiple take operations, interactions, which could use the same item. So we now need to summarize all the requirements for each item. I mean, I'm thinking about creating something like this with free slot count, but now I would have to create a counter for each prototype ID. Or we can do this in 2 steps. No, we can't. So yeah, I guess we create a dictionary. Item counts. Dictionary of integer and integer, which would be the item ID and quantity. So now, when we do this check for each item, we do if not, how was that called again? Item counts. Let's name it. No, okay, item counts. Try get value. Item ID. Out var count. So if it's not there, then we do item count item ID equals the amount from the inventory. And now and also count equals that, and then we also store count there, so we don't interact with the dictionary too many times. So now we have that in the count. No. Okay, so it's not gonna be try get value. I do have to interact with the dictionary multiple times. So contains key. If it doesn't contain key, we put it there. Then we do what? Actually, let's move this one to here. So as soon as it goes below 0, we return that. And here, what we do is item quantity. And then if this becomes less than 0, so for each interaction of this type, right? For each item, if we don't have the item counts for that item ID, we count the amount of items in the inventory. That's our initial value. Then we subtract the quantity. If it's below 0, we return error. Okay. Then the application. It's as simple as that. I guess we just copy. Yeah. All right. So now we need to actually implement that. So now we need to have multiple item interactions. Oh, wait. Can we make it instead of array? Maybe we can make it like... No, because we do multiple iterations over that. A list, I guess. Or just an array. And what if we supply an empty array here? Nothing's gonna change. Nothing, yeah, it will just return success, I guess. So I can just do that. Always. So this is click structure. Also, let's rename that. Try perform item interactions and multiple. Okay, then the conversation quest step again. Let's use an array. This can begin now. Wait. Oh, abort, okay. Okay, so if not item interaction complete, then we do that. Okay. Now I need to go to the prototypes, so it's click structure step. This is gonna be an array now. What? I just said that. Oh, interactions. Okay. Maybe that's a good chance to change this. Item interaction. Interaction type text take. No, it's okay. And yeah, it should be an empty array by default. Okay, so that's for click structure, but that's not the only thing. Oh, wait. We also have conversation. Now this is an array. Okay, this is not the only types of steps that we need to tackle. We also have loot structure that has interactions. Oh, no, it doesn't. Let me double check for them from the prototype standpoint first. Where do we have interactions? Yeah, I guess this is it. Just click structure and character inventory manager and derivatives. So we have click structure. And we have Ymirheim click structure. Yeah, this one also needs to be fixed. Okay, we should be good. Let's do that .NET build. Okay, the builds, that's good. So now, oh wait, we also need to update XSD. So click structure. Now this, we can get rid of max occurs because now this can be used however many times you want. Conversation cost, it should be, oh, here it is. We can get rid of that. We don't have it in get scenes, and loot structure, we don't have that as well either, I guess. Then we do have it here. Okay. Oh, I guess I should have used massacres and bounded instead. So conversation, massacres and bounded, and this. Okay. So now we can specify however item interactions we want. This is awesome because this multiple times I've been stopped by this thing because I couldn't implement the quest the way I needed. So now here we need to do two of these things. Take and give. So we take an empty, wait. We give an empty bucket, but we take a bucket of milk. There we go. Now we can actually exchange an item with a single click on an active structure. Oof. And then here, 𝙽𝙴 will take the empty bucket and she can now give an item. Perfect. Right. That means that we need to also change the items here. I've been working on this quest for like 3 hours almost. And it's still not nearly done. So the empty bucket and filling that empty bucket with milk should be absolutely the same. It's the bucket of milk is what we need to change. Now I just realized that we have another problem here. Like, yeah, it will work, but it's gonna look weird. But okay, that's a different problem, which has multiple solutions. But bucket of milk. Now this item needs to be converted back to a normal quest item. Type. Quest. It's not gonna have a skill. So we now gonna delete that skill. Wait, what? Oh, but first I need to delete the action status effects for that skill. Actually, I don't have any. Right. Yeah. Let's double check. Yeah, action status effects are not there. That's good. Then should be able to just delete the skill. Bucket of milk. Yes. And the status effect for it. Okay, we deleted that. Crap. Have an error raid alert again. Okay. whatever. Okay, so we get rid of the status effect. Now in the structure prototypes, this barrel now should become a normal scale. So a normal activation scale. Let's actually add a text fill-in. Okay. For now, let me pin the columns. Like there is require item column, which is not actually used, but I will set it there. It requires a bucket of milk. I will try to implement that piece on the client side. That should be easy. We just check if there is an item in the inventory. Where did that come from? 1 sec. Oh, from the comments in the code, yeah. And yeah, this should be in the inventory. Okay, good. But yeah, this check is not implemented on the client side. I will do that. So let's check from the beginning. I think now everything should be good. So what are we doing? Just conversation. Then we give an empty bucket, right? This is 001 as an empty bucket. Now you can use an empty bucket on an NPC but it requires the status effect ready to be milked perfect. So it executes, yeah, its status effect 001, and it's gone. Where is it? Okay, it executes that, so it tries to give you an item, which is the milk, the milk bucket. Then also in the action status effects, come on. In the action status effects, here, empty milk bucket, remove target status effect. So it's gonna apply the next status effect, which remove aura by base ID, which is this one. Okay, good, perfect. And yeah, you will end up with the milk bucket. Then here, when you click the structure, it will try to take the milk bucket. If it can't, it will fail the click. It will not register. But when it can, it will take it and it will give you the empty bucket. And it will register this thing, or register progress. And you need to do this 10 times. It's gonna look a little bit weird, I think. Like it on the client side. By the way, the steps. Yeah, it's gonna look like fill the barrel with milk 10 times. Also, I need to move this. This type of quest step is not gonna work. I need action object. Well, actually, maybe it will. If anything, I will move it to here. So yeah, it's gonna be 10 times. At the end of the 10th time, you will still end up with an empty bucket. And theoretically, I guess, you will be able to milk a cow one more time. Is that a good idea? Yeah, you will just end up with a bucket of milk. And you're not gonna be able to get rid of it with the barrel, because barrel is not gonna be active anymore. What we could do is we can allow interaction to fail silently. And then we could add something like this as well. Actually, both of those can be combined, and it could be like allow fail. But yeah, this needs to be implemented. So how would that look like? I don't know, to be honest, because let's say we have an item like the same item in the same set of interactions. One is allowed to fail, one is not. One way would be to just, if it's allowed to fail, then we just don't do the check. Right. Maybe if we move, we ensure that the optional interactions let's actually name that optional true. So if optional interaction, like we can ensure that optional interactions are always last in the list of interactions, then we can do that. And we can just like ignore the checks for those. And here, for example, when deleting items, we can check if it's optional, then we don't throw an exception. Something like that. But okay, this is gonna be next time to figure out and test. So far, I think this is already good. So for now, gonna put that back to where it was. Comment this out. She should take an empty bucket. That should be an empty bucket. But yeah, you could end up with a milk bucket. And then you're gonna be soft locked. You're not gonna be able to progress. But yeah, this is something that I need to figure out with the optional item interaction. I need to go. So I don't think I'm gonna be raiding anybody today. I just don't have time, and with the circumstances outside. So yeah, this is gonna be it for today. We finished the previous quest, the 42 quest, and I believe, very close to finishing the logic for this quest. We still need to implement like the dialogues and maybe some last steps, but this is gonna be for later. I will have to test this heavily and see how that works. But yeah, I think this is the only way I can implement this type of quest. So yeah, this is it for today. Thank you everybody for watching, and I hope to see you soon next time. Have a nice day. Bye bye.